let's do this again. Convene the Planning Commission meeting this evening and call to order. The time is 6:05. Roll call, please.
Okay. Commissioner O'Gorman-Jenkins? Here. Commissioner O'Neill? Here. Commissioner Nugent?
Here.
Commissioner Willers?
Here.
Vice Chair WIRICK?
Here.
Chair DAMBACH?
Here.
Thank you. And I would like to point out that Commissioner BARNETT is absent from tonight's meeting, as well as Youth Member PEDERSEN.
All right, thank you. Now we'll move on to the approval of the agenda. May I have a motion to approve, unless anyone wants to change the order of the agenda?
I'll make a motion to adopt the agenda as it's reflected. Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Nugent?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Gorman-Jenkins?
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill?
Yep.
Commissioner Willers?
Yes.
Vice Chair WIRICK?
Yes.
Chair DAMBACH?
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right, now we'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. And my understanding is there's a professional Pledge of Allegiance giver, Mr. Darden. Would you like to give the Pledge of Allegiance for the second time today? Thank you. All right, now we'll move on to comments from the public. And again, these comments are with regard to items not on the agenda. Is anyone in the audience interested in making a comment? Please come up, pull the microphone near you, and state your name for the record.
Okay. Hello. My name is Carrie Gerster. I live on 302 East Spain Street. I wanted to talk a little bit about the Sebastiani rezone issue. I've met with a few of you individually. The driveway to the Sebastiani warehouse is directly next to my house, as well as those of a few other neighbors. And I've recently learned more about the proposed vision for the site, understanding that it's very early and nothing has been planned yet. And I have a few concerns that I'd like to share. First, as many others have mentioned, I feel that the current proposal of 7 to 25 units of housing an acre is too dense and should not be permitted. It exposes current residents in this neighborhood and beyond to unacceptable levels of safety risk. And as we all know, this is now a high fire risk zone. Not to mention drastically changing the character of what today is a low density residential area. As an example, the current vision would allow for a 100-room hotel on 10 acres, and then what would need to be at least 84 more units of housing on the remainder of the site due to the minimum density requirements. This equates to about 225 more cars, at least, if not more, on small suburban streets. Obviously, this will be a problem in a fire evacuation scenario, but it also impacts the safety of residents looking to bike and walk around this area. We should not allow the process to move forward, in my opinion, with this current level of density and breadth in the current proposal. Instead, I think we should first think about different land uses for different portions of the site. For example, lower density housing on one area and certain commercial uses on another area. And second, I think we need to reduce the housing density to something more reasonable, perhaps such as the current Sonoma residential category of up to 8 units an acre. And finally, while I understand it is too early to begin discussing driveways, the city should be aware that there are historic homes that border the narrow driveway from the warehouse area to East Spain Street, and these property owners will eventually be dramatically impacted by whatever is put back there. I will email these comments in as well. Thank you very much.
Oops, thank you very much. Any other comments from folks in the audience? All right, I consider the comments from the public closed at this time. So now we'll move on to the consent calendar. There are 2 items. The first is with regard to the minutes from last month. Is there any request for edits or changes to those minutes?
I will abstain since I wasn't here.
Okay, anyone else? The second item is a request to install banners on the plaza. And again, there will be no discussion unless any of the members of the commission or staff want to request to have this removed and discussed separately. No one? Okay. With regard to that, then, I ask for a motion to approve the consent calendar.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Nugent,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Gorman Jenkins,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes on 3.2.
Commissioner Willers,
Yes.
Vice Chair WIRICK,
Yes.
Chair DAMBACH.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously, except for 3.1 with one abstention.
All right, now we'll move on to the public hearing portion of tonight's meeting. The first item is item 4.1, which is a discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve a design review application for an awning color change at 34 West Spain Street. And this including the action to approve a categorical exemption pursuant to section 15.301 of the state CEQA guidelines.
So just before we start, I just wanted to mention that the first two items in the public hearing tonight are design review items. Design review didn't have a quorum, and I didn't want to delay them any longer so that we would, just in case we also didn't have a quorum next month. So that's why you're hearing two design review items tonight.
Okay, so the first item before you is for 34 West Spain Street. It is an awning color change for Caldwell Bank. Caldwell Banker. So sorry. So the project before you is located at 34 West Spain. The parcel is approximately 11,222 square feet located within the downtown district, as well as in the historic overlay, and it is zoned commercial. Here is the current elevation, and it has an existing beige awning that was damaged during one of the last storms that we've had a couple months ago. The proposal is to update the awning to a blue color, and I actually have a sample of the awning that I'll pass out. Just one second. If you would like to unroll it, it is really long. It does have the signage on it, but that is the color that is being proposed. Okay, so it is the standard findings for design review and historic overlay. Staff recommends approval of the design review application, including action to approve the categorical exemption pursuant to section 15301 and 15311 of the state CEQA guidelines, and staff is available for questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Natalie, for an excellent presentation.
Thank you. The applicant is also here as well.
All right. So I'll ask from the commission if there are any questions for staff or the applicant. Does the applicant feel they need to say anything to the commission? Right.
Thank you.
I've stood up here more times than I can tell you, but I have one thing to say. I can't thank the staff of Sonoma for all the help that they gave me in getting this together. Natalie, Nat, and Jade, incredible, very approachable, incredibly friendly. You should be very proud to have them because they're very good. The material is much better on this grade than the previous. That last storm just tore it to pieces. And so we've improved the material for it to last, and it's treated with a resin that's also fire retardant. And I've been on this plaza since '87. It's a long time to be on the plaza. I'm very proud to be on the Plaza because it is a jewel, and I'm happy that we're being able to maybe get this done because we get so many visitors that come through, and the better we look, the better we are, and the better it is for our economy, and they do come back. So that's basically what I have to say. And thank you very much, commissioners, for hearing me out. Thank you.
Absolutely, and thank you for your comments. Are there any public comments on this particular item? All right, any other comments by commissioners?
I move that we adopt the resolution.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Nugent.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Gorman Jenkins.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Yes.
Commissioner Willers.
Yes.
Vice Chair WIRICK.
Yes.
Chair DAMBACH.
Yes,
The motion passes unanimously.
and thank you so much for the comments that you made for staff. They are wonderful, and appreciate hearing positive things as well.
Thank you so much. Natalie, can I take my, thank you.
All right, we'll move on to item 4.2, which is a discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve a design review application for a window replacement on an existing single-family residence located at 437 Andrews Street.
All right, Jacob was unfortunately not able to be here tonight, so I'm going to take these next three public hearing items because you guys don't hear my voice enough. So this first item, as we stated, is at 437 Andrew. It is in our residential low. There is no overlay. The proposed project is going to be a replacement of the existing windows for energy and weather efficiency. There will be changes to the material color and glazing. Proposed color will be black with the wood internally and an aluminum on the outside. As you can see, the windows are from a lot of different ages, and the home was not determined to be historic. There is a window schedule that was part of your packet if you had any questions in regards to the types of windows being installed. It does meet all of the design review findings. Again, this is not in the overlay, so there's just the three. And staff is recommending approval of the design review permit at this location for the replacement of the windows, as well as the categorical exemption of 15301. As proposed, subject to the findings and conditions. And staff's available if you have any questions.
Are there any questions from the commission?
Jennifer, I'm wondering, I see that there's an HRE here from Alice Duffy. Did the city require an HRE for this window replacement? And who has to pay that?
The applicant, Matt knows well.
Is that something we can address as a commission going forward?
Well, we are.
Okay. Yeah, seems egregious. All right, thank you.
Any other questions for staff? I just have one, and we chatted earlier. Do we have any timeline on when we may be able to fix that table? Because I think I recall that we were going to try to change that from major to no review for this type of situation.
That's correct. So we have a couple of different things, but we are meeting next week with the draft ordinance, and then we'll take it to, I'll bring it to you all for a study session in April, unless, yeah, it'll be April. All right.
Thank you. All right. Is there anyone in the public who would like to make a comment on this particular project? Okay, hearing none, I will close the public comment. And now I will ask if there is a motion to approve or change this agenda item.
I have a motion.
I hear a second.
Second.
Well,
Yeah.
hear your motion.
Yeah.
Oh, you paused.
Oh, I was waiting to be called on.
Please go ahead.
My motion would be to approve the design review permit at 437 Andrews Street for the replacement of existing windows.
Second.
Roll call, please. I'm still
Question?
green.
Commissioner Nugent,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Gorman Jenkins,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner Willers,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wyrick,
Yes.
Chair Dambach.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
All right. Making a lot of progress quickly. Item 4.3. This is a discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve an exception request for an addition on an existing single-family residence located at 370 Brockman Lane.
All right, thank you. Again, Jennifer Gates, Community Development Director, and this project, as stated, is at 370 Brockman Lane. It is in the residential Sonoma zone, and there is no overlay in the southeast quadrant of our city. The proposed project is a rear addition to expand the kitchen of the existing residence, and this expansion will increase that floor area ratio and site coverage on this site. This is an image that shows you where that addition is going. It's highlighted in red and zoomed in for you. Oops, sorry about that. There we go. So in looking at the analysis, again, it's this addition is going to trigger an increase in the FAR and site coverage, which is already exceeded by the existing structures on the site and the existing home. From what staff can tell, the actual house was developed as part of a development, and that development had specific standards. So it doesn't meet our current standards for this zone. And so the project is requesting that exception, and the findings can be met. I push the button again. The exception findings could be met with this project for that small addition off the kitchen. I will note, the computer's really sensitive, sorry today. I will note there were 2 letters of concerns from neighbors that were provided, and they were uploaded into the system, and that information was sent to you all via link for your information. And then also staff does recommend approving this exception request for this residence for the addition for their kitchen, and also to approve the categorical exemption pursuant to 153001 as proposed, subject to the findings and conditions of approval.
All right. Is the applicant here? No. Does the commission have any questions for staff?
I have a question. Could you go back to the graph here? So
The table or the image? This
The-
in front of you?
go back to the image. I'm just curious. So 370 Brockman, it's south facing. What is behind? Is it Angler that's behind Brockman? I mean, how
The front aspect of this house is going to be east facing.
The front of this-
Brockman runs north-south.
Okay, so it's so is it Angler that's behind?
No? Did I misstate it?
Yeah, let me get my,
No, it's south facing.
here you go. It faces south.
Oh, Brockman.
It's parallel
Comes
to
around.
Angler. Yeah, it
Yes.
does, that's correct.
You're correct.
You're correct, but this
so-
portion is parallel to Angler.
Yeah, and this goes, so it's the park. Is it the park, or is that
No.
357?
So
is
the house that we're
Oh,
talking
I know
about is
that
right
house.
here.
Okay, yep.
Okay. It's like as soon as you come into the neighborhood, it's right at the end, off
Yeah.
of Napa.
And the
That makes sense. So Napa Road is right here.
yeah, and I'm just getting my bearings here. Okay, just curious what was behind because the bump out is in the rear of the project. Is that correct?
The bump out is right here.
Okay. Thank you.
I have a question. Jennifer, this question is for you. You may or may not be able to answer it, and that's okay. But do we have any concept as to other parcels on Angler or surrounding that also have exceeded FAR and have gotten approvals for exceeding site coverage and floor area ratio? Do we know?
I have not looked specifically to see if they've gotten additional approvals. I was trying to find the initial approval for all the homes to see if that was even taken into consideration during its development, to see what the numbers were. But I have not seen specifically. And in this case, it does have an addition in the back.
That was done
Full
under
house.
a previous application?
A second, a
Right.
different permit.
Okay.
Commissioner?
Just as a little bit of history, that entire project was done as a planned unit development. So my guess is that it's hit and miss in terms of
Right.
meeting the FAR to begin with.
Okay.
That's why the original building, the existing building, is beyond to begin with.
Got it.
Commissioner O'Neill?
Jennifer, I don't know if you can answer this, but I'll try. A couple of the letters from neighbors were about the noise that they've experienced with this house. Were there code enforcement complaints or anything that went through code enforcement, or is this the first that we're hearing from those neighbors about the noise issues that's been going on previously?
I think some of the concerns was when they were doing the structure in the back with the bathroom for the pool. During that construction process, which is kind of a while ago. And so I'm not sure if it was a code enforcement. A lot of the times what happens with the noise is that we get the calls, or building does, and then building handles them through inspection. So there wouldn't necessarily always be a case, like a code enforcement case associated with it. We do have, and it's in our conditions of approval, to meet the noise during construction. If there's other noises that happen on a regular basis during the day that are of concern, code enforcement is always an option if they exceed our allowed limits within the city.
What I'm trying to get at is there a history of problems with this property that we should be taking into consideration, or is there not a documented history?
I am not aware of a documented history since I've been here.
Anyone else? I have a question, a kind of follow on, because the other comment was not only the noise, but the length of time for the construction. And I know in the conditions of approval, we have times when it can be built, and but I guess my question is there any extra step we can take to, as a condition for approval, to ensure that it's done in a timely manner?
So the building code itself has the requirements for how long somebody can have a permit open and ongoing. We don't limit that because that is a state law.
So the answer is we're pretty much constrained. Thank you. All right, at this time, are there any comments from the public on this particular item? Please come up and state your name.
I'm Cheryl Costner. I live at 366 Brockman, which is right next door. So I was part of the previous renovation. I was living next door when that happened. And it went on for 3 years of pounding and sawing. We couldn't keep our windows open most times. It just dragged on and on. I mean, the house, we were there when the house was built, and that took, a few months. So I'm kind of concerned that this is such a large addition. It's, I understand, about 200 square feet, and how long it will take. I have heard that they have the permit for 2 years, and then they can get an advance on that. And I'm just very concerned that I won't be able to enjoy my property. I did complain to the city about the noise when this was going on, and I was told that they have every right to improve their property, and my comment was, don't I have a right to enjoy mine? So I'm not opposed to them actually doing an addition. I just don't want to be subjected to another 3 years of noise and people coming and going and materials being delivered and all of that. I know the neighbor on the other side is fairly recent to the neighborhood, and he told me he had sent comments in also about, the noise and what's going to be going on. He must have heard it. I talked to him after he sent the message, and so I think he heard it from somebody else in the neighborhood, even though there's very few of us left who have been there for 22 years. But that's my concern with it. I don't mind somebody doing an addition, but I'd like to know that it's, is it going to be done in 2 months, or maybe this is too large an addition, 200 square feet to add on to a kitchen is really, in my book, really large. And are we getting into the McMansion kind of thing for the footprint of the house? So I don't know what you can do. I've never been here before, so this is new to me. So I just wanted to make my case. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Do the commissioners have any, pardon me, does anyone else have any comments for this particular project? Okay, I will close it to public comment. Any comments from commissioners? Commissioner Willers?
I'll just make a comment as an informational point of view. The thing that controls, once we approve the use permit has a life for 2 years. In other words, they have the right to do what we approve them to do for 2 years, and can ask for an extension of that. It's not the actual construction. Once the construction begins, essentially what controls the timing then is the building permit process and calling for inspections. So they have the right to keep the permit open for 180 days between inspections. And so that we don't have control over. I don't think we can condition a project to be completed within a time frame. So once the permit is activated, the construction permit, the building permit, they have to call an inspection within 180 days, and then they have to proceed in a way that allows them to call for an inspection every 6 months. So that is beyond our control, essentially. I know it's not comforting, but it's just an explanation of the process.
Any other comments?
I'll just say that I'm a little troubled by the fact that both, neighbors to the, I guess it would be the east and west of the applicant's property here are both concerned about the duration, scope, and noise, nuisance connected to this project. And, 2 isn't insignificant. Usually we get several letters in support of projects, and in this case, that's not the case. I do believe that people have the right to improve their property within reason, so long that it conforms. But I am bothered by the fact that the applicant's really not here to speak to it, and that there's some concern in the neighborhood.
Commissioner O'Neill?
I have a similar comment to Commissioner Vice Chair WIRICK. I wish that the applicant had been here. I see the applicant's name is John Ballard. I believe that's the contractor, so I don't know who actually the owner is. But the fact that they're not even here to speak to the issue that is pertinent, and as you all know, my big thing is getting along with your neighbors, and I appreciate the neighbors reaching out, and I think with that in mind and the applicant owner not showing up, I'm uncomfortable with approving this.
Any other comments, commissioners? I'll just echo what has been said by my 2 colleagues, that while the addition is in a place, it's in the back of the house, it abuts to a larger property that has a lot of distance from the house. The concern I have is also about the less than neighborly situation here. And I'm a little bit torn about what to do about this, because I would agree. I think the physical situation is not one that would be super impactful. And unfortunately, our hands are tied with regard to what we can do in terms of conditions for approval.
Is it possible for us to continue this and ask the applicant to appear before we make a final decision?
Yes, you can.
I have another question for the director. Is it possible to condition the duration of a project, or is that completely controlled by the issuance of permit?
So the only duration that you can limit is your own determination for the exception, the length of that exception. So you can modify that in accordance with the code. You can't do anything about the building permits themselves.
Okay.
So it sounds like the concern is around the noise and the construction itself rather than the allowance of it. I do know that this application came in last year, a while ago. So I don't, we can continue it. You can make a decision that can be appealed. There's options.
May I? Nope.
Commissioner,
I have no issue with this project, and I find it satisfactory. I too, of course, concerning that there might be, less than neighborly relations. However, I would be, I can't assume why the contractor or the homeowner is not here, and I can't hold that against them. There might be, I have no idea, and I would be remiss to make an assumption that because that there's less care for this because they're not here.
Commissioner Goldman.
Thank you. And that's been my struggle too, because I appreciate all the comments expressed by my colleagues. What I haven't heard, and I did hear it a little bit, it's not the project itself, it's the potential nuisance associated with the project. And where I'm struggling is, I'm not suggesting that's not within our purview, and I certainly take neighborhood input very seriously, and I was very conflicted in reviewing the public comments, because again, I'm not sure if nuisance should be the parameters that are used for me to determine whether I support or I disapprove of the project. Because again, I think in looking at what's being, proposed here, I just didn't hear a lot of community concern about the actual project itself, and I feel like this is more of a code enforcement issue. So again, I respect and appreciate all of the comments that have been made by my colleagues, but that's certainly why I'm struggling.
All right, Commissioner Willers.
I have no issues with the request in terms of the variance that's being requested. The other thing that I might add is that, this project is connected to the house. It's an addition to the house, and there's a motivation upon the homeowner to get it done. And hopefully that helps the neighbors as well. And I can't imagine, this is a relatively small project, honestly, in terms of a construction project. I can't imagine that any if it's John Ballard, and I can't imagine this dragging on beyond 6 months, basically, to get this thing built and closed in. It's not beneficial to the contractor or the owner.
Thank you. Commissioner WIRICK.
That helps to inform my thought process on this a little bit. I didn't consider the fact that it was part of the house and a kitchen, no less. Despite the fact that I would like the applicant to be here to speak to some of the concerns, I think I would be prepared to support approving this based on the relatively small scope of the project. And those are my thoughts.
Any other comments? Commissioner O'Neill.
I think that in all fairness to all parties, I would like to continue it because it is an exception, and I think an exception requires us to have these discussions and to have some due diligence around the project and the implementation of the project. So it would definitely still be, because it is an exception, it isn't just something we can just automatically approve. I would still like to have it continued and give the applicant the opportunity to be here.
Welcome, Commissioner Barnett.
Thank you. I apologize for being late. My life is one of trying to bring order to chaos at the moment while I move. So
Have you been in DC?
no, just been between two houses. Thank you.
Would you like to make any comments on this particular project, although it's...
No, I haven't been able to participate, so I'm going to rely on the valuable and insightful judgment of my colleagues.
All right, any other comments? Very good discussion. May I have a motion for this agenda item?
I make a motion that we continue it to a date certain.
I will second that motion.
Since the applicant is not here, do we want to do a date uncertain, and I will renotice it so that way I can confirm their attendance?
Okay.
I will second the amended motion.
Roll call?
Yes, can I make a suggestion for an amendment to the second
Certainly.
motion? And that is that we add the caveat that we request a construction schedule from the contractor, since there's someone involved, so that the owner basically has to provide at least an idea of how long it's going to take to finish the project.
I think that's a great suggestion.
I would adopt those comments in my amended second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Barnett, would you like to vote?
He can't.
I'm not going to.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Nugent,
Nay.
Commissioner O'Gorman Jenkins.
Aye.
Commissioner O'Neill,
Yes.
Commissioner Willers,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wyrick,
Yes.
Chair Dambach.
Yes.
The motion passes. I can't do that math that fast, so I'm not sure, but it'll be in the minutes.
5-1.
Thank you, 511.
I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, 5-1-1.
Not the
Visible.
411, not the 911.
All right, we'll move on to item 4.4, but thank you again to the Commission for the great conversation and discussion. The next item, 4.4, is discussion, consideration, and possible action to approve the design review, variance, and exception to construct and add to a non-conforming existing single-family residence built over 45 years ago in the historic overlay at 792 Austin Avenue.
All right, 792 Austin Avenue. This project, as stated, is in our historic overlay. It is residential low. The house itself is not historic. It's in our central east planning area. So the lot itself is 0.1 acres or 4,250 square feet. The proposed project is pretty much almost taking it down to studs or foundation. It's reconfiguration of all the interior living spaces, reconstruction of the north elevation to accommodate a larger living room and serve a new guest room. Addition to the east elevation to include a separate bathroom in the proposed guest room, in addition to the south elevation for a primary bathroom. Sensitive. The reconstruction of the west elevation is to reduce courtyard space for a larger dining room and bar, expansion of the primary bathroom into the existing garage, and configuring the space for a single vehicle. Exterior design changes and replacement of the doors and windows, and reconstruction of roof and increase in height. So this image right now that you see is the existing site plan. You can see the edges of the property lines and then where the house is located. If you look closely, you'll see a line and a dot, so a dash dot, that is the area in which it's buildable based on the setbacks for this lot. So it is a corner lot. This is, again, that house with the proposed additions and modifications. Everything that you see with a solid black line is currently what's proposed as new walls. Everything that you see as more of a white space in the center are the existing walls that would remain. Everything that you see shaded, I have another image that'll help you guys. Everything that you see shaded are the proposed addition spaces. So again, line and dash is a little smaller on this one, but that is where the buildable area based on setbacks is. So as discussed, we've got, sorry, I'm gonna back up a second. Here we go. So on this site also you are going to see that site coverage and the FAR is going to be exceeded with this coverage as well. Here is the simple version of what we've discussed about the additions and new walls and existing walls. Those to be demolished to create greater volumes are those that you see that are just dashed. So in the staff report, I don't know what happened here. Sorry about that. In the staff report, we talked about the different, what was going on as far as the different additions and the increase. And so I'm going to go through those here in another slide, but just for visual purposes, this is what we are looking at. So this is the west elevation. So this is the elevation that faces our street side setback area. So this is going to be an addition and obviously a new roof in this area here. Right now what you see is basically just the fence along that street edge if you went to the site. This is the east elevation. This is the elevation that faces the house to one side. Again, existing and what is proposed. This is the garage right here. And this is the proposed new addition one side and then the other side. This is the north and south elevations. Again, north is facing the neighbors, south is the garage. So again, all new addition pushing towards the north. And then the south, there's an addition of the bathroom here and then on inside of the garage. These are the design changes. You know, as stated, it's pretty much all new on the outside as far as what the new look is going to be for this home. So you're seeing that new palette and new lighting fixtures for the exterior. So, as stated earlier, there are 5 variances. So this house does not qualify for nonconforming. It's basically a new home. So nonconforming has 3 factors that you could do a use permit. If it doesn't demolish more than 50% of the walls or add or modify the 50% of the actual structure or square footage rise, then you could qualify for a nonconforming and use permit. But because of the additions and the amount of changes to the walls, the improvements themselves and the home is basically all new as far as we're concerned, even if you're keeping some of the walls. So it doesn't maintain its non-conforming status. Basically at this point we're approving a new home. And so that's why we're looking at variances for all the setbacks. The one setback that's on the east side is would qualify for an exception. So you can see here, it's listed out in this table. The front is 20 feet. The existing is actually 10 foot too, and front is being the south side where the garage is. And the proposed addition is in that space, and it's extension of that existing wall. That would be a variance, but maintaining at 10 foot too. The street side addition, which is the west side, is also maintaining that 13 foot, 7.5 inches. The required is 20 feet. The side, that's 1 story on the back, is going to be 7 feet minimum, 18 feet combined. It's 5 feet. The rear is 20 feet. Currently, the house is 14 feet, 8 inches. The request is to increase that, it wouldn't be non-conforming, but to increase that extension into the setback to 9 foot 8 inches. And then the FAR would be exceeded. Right now, the FAR is 0.43, and they're requesting to go to 0.52, and then the site coverage 66%, and would increase to 69%. The overall height, as you saw, would modify with the new roof and a pop-up over that kitchen bar area. So while the existing house does not comply with the development standard for the zone, the proposed additions and modifications and additions increase these nonconformities as described in our previous slides. Staff recognizes the lot size and it being a corner lot restricts the buildable area. Therefore, staff has provided some recommendations for possible modifications to reduce either the number of variances being required or the impacts of those variances should the Planning Commission determine that the project does need to be altered. We did work with the designer, Mr. Bevan, and the homeowner has requested to try. So this is what you see today. So some of the possible modifications or discussion items that we're just putting out there, everything's on the table, but just to kind of help with the discussion if you choose to, is to not permit the rear addition, which is increasing a non-conforming setback that exists today. To not permit any additions that increase square footage in non-conforming areas or increase your site coverage in FAR. There's different approaches that can be made. Or to not permit specific additions. And again, everything is at the discretion of the Planning Commission in an effort to reduce the nonconformities and or the request for variances in this case. So again, we're calling it nonconformities in the sense because the existing house is there to give you reference, but this would be a new house. And so those are all variances that will then create the setbacks for this development. Okay.
Thank you. Are there any questions
I'll get
for?
there. I'm sorry. I just wanted, that part I was just making sure you understood. All right, so there are variance findings that have to be made. We did provide you, in case that the Planning Commission did want to approve, we have provided you with findings for variance as well as the exception.
Can you go back to that?
Sure.
Sorry, read that fast. So the variances.
Sure. So this is the findings that were made that staff provided. So there aren't the words, I can read you the words, but this is what was provided to you if you choose to approve the project.
Could you pull up the variance findings from the development code?
Yes. So I'll pull that up here in just a second. And then, so again, staff had provided possible actions. One is if you believe the findings can be met for the variance request and design review as proposed, then staff recommends approval for the reconstruction and addition of 488 square feet to the existing non-conforming structure. Or if Planning Commission believes that findings can be met with for the variance requests and design review with modifications, then staff would recommend approval with those modifications incorporated into the findings for the project and the conditions of approval. Or you can request modifications from the applicant and to continue the matter to a future hearing date. And I will bring those up, and the applicant is here.
All right, so would the commissioners have any questions for staff or the applicant if you'd like to come up? All right, Commissioner Barnett.
You're describing this as a new home, but there is an existing structure there. Am I right?
That's correct.
And elements of the existing structure are going to be incorporated into the reconstructed structure?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any other commissioner comments, questions for staff or the applicant?
Can we put the floor plan up that showed the overlay on top of the existing with the walls that were supposed to remain versus change? Yes, the simple one. Okay, so the bottom right, well, the northeast and then the northern face is what expands into the setbacks, right?
Yes, that's what expands into that side, or sorry, that's the rear setback.
The rear setback, okay.
So again, there's this addition here. There's this addition here, which this one is the one that goes in. This,
Is your cursor on this?
oh, I'm sorry, you can't see the cursor. I think I have a highlighter.
It's the gray areas?
Right.
Laser pointer. Yeah, look at that. All right, this gray area right here is the rear elevation. So this is the increase. This wall right here that you see that's hatched, that is the one that's going away, that's existing. This wall right here exists for this square. Do you see my square? That's the existing home right now.
Okay.
This is the addition here, and this is the addition here. This is the side setback. This is 5 feet from the property line. This right here is considered the front. This is the garage, changing the opening and adding right in this vicinity here. On this side, which is the street side, the addition is here, and then obviously right in this vicinity here.
Okay, thank you for that.
Any other questions from commissioners? I have a question of staff and Mr. Bevan. So did we receive, I didn't see any comments from neighbors or comments sent in. Did we receive any?
So I'll let,
There was one, it was somebody saying that they talked to the neighbor, and then Nana and Sophia were going to Boston or something.
Well, I guess here's my question is, you know, I know on the north side that the neighbor has a fountain and there's a garage, but there's also a little area where they sit outside their kitchen. And on the east side, that neighbor, that's part of their yard. So I guess my question is, did you receive any input from the neighbors, or did the applicant talk to the neighbors about this addition?
My name is George Bevan. I'm the applicant, and I'm at 190 West Napa, our office. Daniel had the opportunity to walk and meet with both neighbors. No objection. They loved it. And I know what we're asking for tonight. You know, it was a puzzle. And then, Jennifer, can we put that back on, maybe? Just what we were looking at. Can I spend a couple minutes just kind of throwing some color at this thing? So between nonconforming and variance and exceptions and things like that. So so this it's a corner lot. It's probably the smallest lot in Sonoma. I'm not sure, but and it's the cutest little house. It's on the corner. It's 1,500 square feet, just for conversation, and we're adding 500 square feet. So we're under 2,000 square feet for, you know, a single family home, single story. We're not asking, you know, we're within, ironically, with all of these graphics were within the height limits. I took, you know, if, as you can imagine, like day one, if we were to add on at all, where could I go? And so there's 14 feet, let alone the dash that the entire house is non-conforming. But to the north, it's 14 feet. So in a modest fashion, hey, can I add on a few feet, the length of the house? Yeah, okay, that includes the entry. So thanks so much to staff. Jennifer said, hey, can you just come in? And the three of us kind of hammered out probably for a good, 45 minutes to an hour of just how we could actually fit this in kind of a box as far as the code's concerned. The irony is the kind of the 1.5 story is within the height limit, the wall, everything else. Being that it's a corner, I'm really, really sensitive to the neighborhood scale. And so the additions, I've kept the wall lines kind of coplanar, and the additions that I'm proposing and have designed are all along this kind of the single, really the single story elements of the house, keeping it super peaceful, quiet. We've all driven by it 100 times. I didn't even know if this has existed, and you can tell they're home because he puts a flag out and he's home. So,
What's the cross street?
Chase. As something else to point out, the existing ridge line to the single story house, these lobes on the sides here, we're actually net increasing the plate height by a foot and decreasing the roof pitch. So I'm actually able to gain a foot of living space, and by decreasing the roof pitch, I was actually we're net less height actually on the corner in the single story sense. So these are kind of the surgical tuning that we had to do just internally to keep this. And then I took the massing and put the massing like great volume space, livability, indoor, outdoor. The primary opens up onto the courtyard, the living room opens up to the courtyard, and this killer kitchen opens up to the courtyard in that sort of center volume space. So I actually gathered the mass kind of in the middle of the property. And the 500 square feet, except for, back to my first comment, the 14-foot setback, that's the lion's share of whatever room I have left on this site. 5 feet, 6 feet, the length, that's the majority of the square footage that we're adding on. As you can tell, I'm kind of bits and pieces. The one facing Chase, the south elevation, that chunk, we're pretty, staff and myself, it's an ask. But that's the bathroom buffering the primary bedroom from the corner. So what you'll see, it's kind of like designing inside where I have the closet and the bath buffering the bedroom from the corner. So, and it's a single car garage, if that. It's a 3/4 garage, it's a Mini Cooper in there. So, anyway, 1951 house, HRE was done, great clients, and we would love this to be an example of, just an elevated version of what's there, so.
I
that's
have
all
another question about the materials. It looks like it's tin, composite tin roof, and then stucco. So those are more fire resistant as well, and that was part of the design.
Yeah, it's a elevated, more contemporary look. We're downtown Sonoma. God bless. I hope that we're not in the fire situation, but yeah, I mean, it's lifetime materials, so we try to, work as much as we can in all our projects that way. So it's stucco, stone, metal, metal clad windows, very high quality finishes. So to actually go to they've owned this for 10 years, I think, and it's a rebuild, to go to the expense of this to kind of make it what they want, representative of the neighborhood, keep the scale, behave the scale, and really have a nice project. So.
Thank you. Any other
Welcome.
comments? Commissioner White?
Question. The staff report referenced some earlier concessions that were made to get to where we are tonight. Or did I mishear
There's
that?
one. So we had talked about removing some others, but one is. Sorry, I'm going to bring my little pointer again. Now that I know how to use this, there was an entry addition that was over here, and I can't remember what that square footage was, but there was going to be a protruding entry that would be even closer, and so that was removed and just stairs added in this case. That was removed.
Yeah, you'll see on the north elevation, it's just now a simple awning, and then you just come right into the living space.
So I'm gonna turn this off real quick so I can go find the findings. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
It's interesting. Why is it not doing it? So, what is it doing? It's stuck. That's what I'm trying to do. Why is it not? Really? Okay, so had to switch computers. Here you go. Here are the findings. Everybody see? Okay. Okay. So first one, it's consistent with the general plan and any applicable specific plan. Second one, there are special circumstances applicable to the property, i.e. size, shape, topography, location, or surroundings, such that the strict application of the requirements of this development code deprives the property owner of privileges enjoyed by other property owners in the vicinity and within the same zoning district. Number 3, granting the variance is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of substantial property rights possessed by other property owners in the same vicinity and zoning district, and denied to the property owner for which the variance is sought. The adjustment authorized by the variance will not constitute a grant of special privileges inconsistent with the limitations on other properties in the vicinity and in the same zoning district. Number 5, granting the variance will not be detrimental to the public safety or public health, safety, or welfare, or injurious to properties or improvements in the vicinity and in the same zoning district.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, now I'll open it up for public comment. Any public comments? None seen? I will close that public comment. And now any comments from commissioners on this project? Commissioner Willers.
So on the variance findings, the only one that I have difficulty with is number 4. We have to make all of these findings, and the one that I have difficulty with is number 4. And the only reason I have difficulty with it is because of how far out of, and I know how small this lot is, but how far out of range FAR and site coverage are all relative to the size of the lot, obviously. And that it is exceeding the original out of compliance of the existing house. From a design perspective, I think the northern, from a parcel perspective, I think the northern addition is essentially from a street front standpoint, is essentially the side yard of this house, and its neighbor enjoys a 5-foot setback to the north as a setback condition for their property. I don't really have a difficulty with that addition, which adds a majority of the square footage to the house. The rear pop-out is inconsequential, again, because it's a corner property. The property to its, what would be east, is again a side yard condition. That property would have then a 5-foot or 11-foot setback. And so those two edge conditions from a parcel standpoint, from a building standpoint, and a relationship standpoint, to me, are appropriate. I don't have a difficulty granting those extensions. The one element that I was interested to hear Mr. Bevan talk about, because it's the one element that I have a concern with, and I appreciate the way that you talked about it, and that is the southern extension, because that is the public piece of this building. And I believe, is that setback 13 feet currently, or 13.8 or something like that?
The front is 10'2".
10'2".
The street side is 13'7".
Yeah, so the garage is, the driveway for the garage is not really a driveway. You can't put a car in it. And 10 feet is pretty close. You know, I'm going to put this in perspective because some of you know where we live. Our property is 4,200 square feet. And the front of that house the front of our house is set back 15 feet off the street, and it's off the sidewalk, and it's actually very close. And it's there. It's a frontal condition. So to me, the only number 4, because of the extent of the variance that we're, the extent, it's 50% essentially of everything that we're allowing this property to go beyond, it's still a difficult thing for me to justify. without some revision. I don't know. And so for me, the kind of tipping point might be the addition on the south of somehow modifying that so that it's not as impactful. I understand it from a planning standpoint, I get it, but at the same time, it's the biggest impact to the neighborhood. I think those two other edge conditions are essentially side yards, and we'll read that like that and have no impact visually, or and allow the owners to utilize this tiny property in a way that's livable. So those are my.
Just for clarification, so you mean south, which is on the Chase Street side next? Okay. Yeah, thank you. Any other comments? Commissioner Barnett?
Well, I was actually surprised at the degree to which this property is already not in conformance, and we're exacerbating that. And of course, a second story could be put on this structure by right. It wouldn't involve probably, increasing the square footage, the usable square footage of the home interior, would not require any variances or exceptions of any kind if you wanted to go up a story. I'm not sure what the thinking was as to not doing that, because that, to me, on a small lot with a small house, is the simplest way to do it. It might require tearing down the whole house and starting fresh, and I learned lessons about that when we revised our 900 square foot home on 5th Street East that we've lived in for 28 years, and decided to keep the 900 square foot portion of it, only to discover when we got into modifying it that that was a really stupid decision, and we should have torn it down and put something new on that spot. But it was too late by then. So I'm not against some of the variances. I think Mr. Willers has spoken to the issues that were inclined to me. I'd feel a lot more comfortable if I actually had some neighbor comments rather than second-hand or third-hand comments about what neighbors say by somebody else. And because this is going to, and then my last point is this. I'm always concerned about precedents. And I don't know how many parcels in town are of this size. I doubt this is the smallest, but there may be other parcels of this size around town with small houses from the 40s or 50s on them. And it will feel uncomfortable to me to have applicants come forward and say, well, you approved these variances before for other people, how come we can't get them? And the logic and the justification behind that request is understandable, but I wouldn't want to essentially establish a new de facto development code that basically blows all of the normal conditions of approval out of the water. And it will be harder and harder in future applications on different properties to say no, because once you start saying yes to exceptions of this magnitude and this number, why would you not say yes to everybody else? And as a decision maker, that troubles me. I don't know exactly how to resolve that. If the intent of the property owner was to increase the livable space of the home, as I say, going up another story is the easiest way to do it, and it doesn't require much at all, but it obviously would be an entirely different design, and your work is lovely and sensitive and thoughtful and creative, and I understand why they wanted to hire you. And so those are my thoughts for the moment.
Any other comments? Commissioner O'Neill?
First of all, I really like the project, and I want to see how we can make it work. And I hear the concerns about setting precedent, but I don't really have an issue with giving up lawn space, and it seems like that's what we're giving up here. And honestly, a single story in the east side is what everybody wants, not two-story. So with an aging population in particular, single story is definitely the way to go. This is it's encroaching. Obviously, we're going to have to deal with the fact that it's coming into the setbacks. But this is exactly the kind of house that people are going to want, not just today, but 10 years from now. This is it. This is what people want. So my thoughts are, how do we make this work? Do we have to do a little tweaking? But overall, I love it, and I want to see how we can make it so that we're not making it too difficult for them to be able to accomplish this. They've clearly lived there, you said 10 years. They're not just flippers coming in. I know we can't have that, can have no opinion. That doesn't matter at all, but it does speak to the fact that they're probably willing to work with their neighbors and work with us and see what we can come up with.
Any other comments from commissioners? Commissioner WIRICK?
Another very handsome George Bevan project. Part of my analysis, I think, in this case, while we've talked a lot about the code and what the box that the code creates in this case, I also have to factor in the deviation from baseline, and we've gone from the required site coverage is 40%. The existing is 66, and what's proposed is to increase to 69. It's a 3% increase. Floor area ratios, the standard is 0.35. Existing is 0.43, and it's proposed to go to 0.52. I think if you were going to increase living area at all, it's been done in this case. This plan reflects a pretty surgical approach to achieve what the property owner feels they need. Just looking at the Google Maps overhead, there's pretty considerable site coverage next door. That must be non-conforming. Very, very small lot. I think that's a unique characteristic in this case. What is it proposed to be, an 1900 square foot house at the end? That's not wholly dissimilar from many other homes in the neighborhood, if not an average. Those are my thoughts.
Any other comments? Commissioner Nugent?
To echo Commissioner O'Neill, you're hard pressed to sell a two-story house in this town. And it is a beautiful project. I remember when the owners, when they purchased this, probably about 9 or 10 years ago, and they've never lived there full time. This was always going to be a project for them once they got a daughter out of high school. So they had been living a life that is getting her launched into college, and now it's time for them to come back to Sonoma and make their way, and very thoughtful. It's their forever home. It's incredibly handsome. It's very much a part of. It is what people will want, and it is what it would. And it is not that they're in the market to be selling it anytime soon, but it is something that will, it will become it'll become part of the East Side Flats, and just, it will meld in. I think it's a wonderful project. I hear Commissioner Barnett's concerns about, you know, we do it, once you open that door, it's hard pressed to unring the bell and close it and say no to future. But it is a gorgeous project, and I appreciate the thoughtfulness that has been put into it.
Commissioner Willers.
So I'd just like to make a kind of follow-up comment, and that is, you know, the FAR on this property at 0.35 is about 1,400 square feet total. So if the existing house is 1,500 square feet, it already exceeds it. And so you could not do a second floor because you would essentially double the FAR. And so the second floor isn't a solution to the variance problem. And actually the second floor is, in my opinion, much more impactful than the variances that we would grant under this application. In terms of precedent setting, every application, in my opinion, and in my experience on the body, every application stands on its own, and precedent setting in terms of variances especially just aren't. They just don't ring true to me. You know, this is a special condition. This property is very, very small by even Sonoma standards. And the flexibility that we would be allowing through those variances and the application of that flexibility, I think is more beneficial to the character of that corner than trying to squeeze this thing into a two-story tube, even though that is going to violate the FAR anyway. So, and again, so I just want to make sure that it's clear from my point on the record that I'm having trouble with number 4. I'd like to see a little bit of modification to the project. I don't think it needs drastic modification for me to feel fine about it. And I think it'll be successful at that point. So, anyway.
Any other comments from commissioners? All right, I'll add some comments. You know, first of all, if they weren't doing this much of a construction, I think that it was already out of compliance. From my perspective, I lived in this neighborhood. I walked around this neighborhood. I know the neighbors on both sides of this this property. When we're talking about the south side, this Chase Street side, from my perspective, we're just extending something that's already there. With regard to the inner workings, we're minimizing a courtyard and we're minimizing a garage. And from my perspective, I don't even think we need garages in this town. I think they should be optional. With regard to the neighbor, let me see, north-south, on the west, on the east side, again, it's an extension of something that's already pushed out. And I agree, I think it's that north side extension, but when there is a buffer, there's a grass buffer between the fence, and then it does abut to the side of a property that is garage, a little outcropping from a kitchen with a grill and a little table, and then a large fountain, and then there's outdoor space. So I also feel that the design is beautiful, and you have the massing in the middle. And so from my perspective, the 5 aspects of the variance, I think I find them all acceptable with this design. So, you know, what would we do? I mean, scoot in the north side a little bit more and get back to and not have the 14. I wouldn't suggest that. I'm actually okay with this design and the way and the thoughtfulness that was put into it.
While you guys are thinking, I forgot to make sure you said your ex parte. Any ex parte? No? Okay, thanks.
So as we're thinking about that, I'll ask for a motion on this agenda item.
I'll make a motion. I would make a motion to approve the variance requests and design review as proposed for the reconstruction and the addition at 792 Austin Ave.
I'll second that.
Okay, roll call, please.
Commissioner Barnett,
Aye.
Commissioner Nugent,
Aye.
Commissioner O'Gorman Jenkins, Commissioner O'Neill,
Aye.
Commissioner Willers,
Yes.
Vice Chair Wyrick,
Yes.
Chair Dambach.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Again, thank you for a great discussion.
Nice work.
Thank you, staff. Appreciate it. Have a good night.
All right, are we all good to continue moving on? All right. Certainly. I'll give you a couple minutes. resume the Planning Commission meeting. The next item for discussion is 5.1, which is presentation of the 2024 General Plan Annual Progress Report. Take it away.
Good evening. So I'll be providing you with a very high-level summary of the accomplishments and progress that were made in the 2024 year for that added towards our general plan goals and policies, as well as our housing element implementations. And just a side note, Jennifer and I have spoke about this, and you know, in years upcoming, so from here forward, we want to bring a more robust report to you, so we do plan on doing that. Yeah, so a couple of those would include things like more interdepartmental conversations, starting earlier and gathering more information from other departments, and then also just our implementation of more tracking measures. So we look forward to that. So the General Plan Annual Progress Report is required to be submitted annually to both the state's Housing and Community Development Department, as well as the Governor's Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation, previously OPR. And the intent of the report is to inform HCD, LCI, Climate Innovation, yes, I said that correctly, LCI, as well as local decision makers about planning activities and other highlights and accomplishments that have occurred in the city throughout that previous year. So some examples of tasks that have been accomplished with the aim of fulfilling those goals and policies, as well as regulatory requirements, are things such as the General Plan Task Force that met 4 times, continuing to improve the online permitting submittal system and the tracking system implementations, the completion of the Chase Street Bridge project, homeless services, and the planning division advised for, I think it was a total of 28 public hearings, as well as the attendance of many of the city council meetings. You're all probably at least semi-familiar at this point with the housing element and the RENA process, and how that's become a large part of what the planning division has taken on. And the housing element requires its own APR, which was included as a portion of this, which was provided to you. So for the 6th cycle housing element, there was a RENO allocation of 311, broken down into the categories you see on the top row there. And since the beginning of the cycle of 2023, a total of 39 new units have been permitted. Oops, she is right, it's very sensitive today. 39 units have been permitted. 10 of those occurred in 2023, and 29 were permitted in 2024. So we'll go forward with 272 to go. These are just some updates on the larger housing projects that staff is still working on. The Montaldo project, which is 50 units and has a 25% affordable component to it. That's currently, we're working through the draft environmental impact report right now. And then the Hummingbird subdivision, which is 15 units and has an affordable component, and that is currently under construction. And lastly, 254 First Street East, which was 31 units and a small affordable component. Some of the zoning code updates that were in support of general plan policies and goals included the 2-unit development and urban lot split ordinance update, as well as a post-approval expiration date extension, going from that 1-year extension to the 2-year extension timeframe after you're receiving entitlements, appeal timelines and notice processes, as well as sidewalk seating permits, outdoor dining, sales standards for sidewalks, and so forth, as well as a reduction in parking requirements and development standards for parking facilities. So these are all to support sort of streamlined efforts. Additional highlights from the city include a number of bulleted items up here, including staffing the community development department to have an entire department. So that's great. Updating CEQA implementation policy from 1991, the 2023 general plan APR. I won't list them all. I'll list a couple of other ones that were done by other departments. The purchase of 2 electric vehicles for the Public Works Department. The updated policy for public art policy, and allocated funds for overnight shelter support for homelessness, and funding for a full-time homeless caseworker. And this is just a look into some of the priorities that the Planning Division has identified and are aimed at completing in 2025. A number of these, it's funny, there's just this little one up there. They have a mind of their own. Okay. So a number of these come directly from the housing elements programs, and specifically we're focusing on 4 or 5. There's a total, I think, of 32 programs that we need implementation, but we're focusing on 4 or 5 of those that we really know are crucial to HCD, so we want to make sure that the city's on par with that. So that's where you see the ADU ordinance update, pre-approved plans on the city's website for ADUs, and technical resources to support that, housing funding, developing impact fees to address the affordable housing demand, furthering streamlining design review, which I know you guys have all been participatory in, so that's great. Site ordinance, which I believe is coming to you fairly soon. I mean, I could go on, I won't list them all. Continuing the OpenGov workflow revisions for accuracy and efficiency. That's really going to be a continuum on both the internal side as well as the public portal. And that's a great tracking tool for us as well. So lastly, the tree inventory and urban canopy assessment. I think they just held discussions with a number of consultants. So that should be beginning soon, and then I think it's aimed to be completed by the end of 2025, October, I believe.
Diane, may I ask you a question?
Yes.
I'm trying to understand the slide. Did you say this slide was what you want to achieve in 2025, or that you're going to select a few of these things?
No, these are just some of the top things that we have, yeah.
Just for clarification, OpenGov, is that the web-based
yes.
interface for
the online permitting portal? So
where public comment goes and lives?
No, that goes through
the
the
permitting
city's
portal.
Yes.
Civic Web.
Yeah.
Civic Web, right.
So all of the building permits, entitlements, applications.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. I've got ideas.
And that was also some of the accomplishments that occurred in 2024 was adding more permits online, creating the express permit too, to funnel through building permits faster when we can do that. So, and that's all we have for you right now. We're happy to answer any questions.
Go for it.
It's not a question. May I make a comment? Well, it's completely obvious, I think, to me and probably everyone else, that we are falling seriously short on the low and very low income affordable housing component. I mean, basically, we've produced 2 in the last year. And we have a very long way to go. And I appreciate the items that you just noted on that list of things that staff's working on, because you know they're of particular consequence to HCD. But they're all basically supportive of the creation of more affordable housing, and particularly the low and very low income component, which we are essentially fulfilling barely with the inclusionary requirement. I have sent a letter to the city council proposing that the city council consider using a portion of the Affordable Housing Trust Fund to buy the parcel at MacArthur and Broadway and to develop it as a 100% affordable housing site. We need a place for the people who work in the lower wage service economy in Sonoma to live. And as more and more hotels begin to get developed or proposed, the problem of getting workers is just going to become more and more difficult. The parcel is considerably more expensive than the amount of money we have in the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. But I think we have presently roughly around $2 million in it. If we negotiated, for example, an option on the property, and paid for an option for a year or 6 months or whatever it is, to give the city the opportunity to develop the funding either in concert with an affordable housing developer like MidPen or others, or to start a community campaign to see whether this community really will step up and help finance the creation of affordable housing. You know, the Chamber of Commerce reported that the greatest complaint of local businesses is they can't find employees who can afford to live here. So it's time for the business community to step up as well and begin to help generate the funds that this city needs to house the workers. So I think we need to take that kind of action. I think we've got 6 years or 7 years left to fulfill this number, and at the pace we're going, we're not going to make it. So I was interested to see the result, and even when you get a project like the Montaldo Apartments, it's not going to add a significant number of low and very low units. And we've got to do something different, or we're not going to be able to make the kind of progress on that I want to see.
Larry, what is that property priced at? Do you know?
4.6 million.
Any other questions?
If you just said this, Commissioner Barnett, it went over my head. What is the time frame for the RENA, that housing element?
It's an 8-year
years?
cycle, and so we have 7 years left.
Okay.
And the low and very low category, it went by so fast. Who can add 83 and 46? 129. All right. So we need to have 129, and we've built 131. We need 131, and we've built 2. That is not good.
Do you have a opinion about that? Why
Because
why is that?
Because
there's not the
we're
land?
basically relying on the inclusionary requirement to fulfill this particular category, and rather than helping to fund and finance a project built in coordination with a nonprofit housing developer like MidPen and Burbank, who specifically will build those kind of projects. For example, the project that's up by the lodge, which I think was 49 units, has a fairly significant percentage of low and very low units in it. And it's only projects like that can do it.
I have a question, and kind of building on that, and we've chatted, but just to make it public, I too am really concerned about our ability to hit our RENA. And I don't believe we can do it with market rate developers. We all know that the number one reason why we can't get anything developed is the cost of land and the availability of land. The city owns no land. And so we're reliant on private citizens to sell us the land. And I would agree that, you know, the average cost of a lot of land, even if it was infill, which is most appropriate here, incremental infill, is, you know, we're talking $1 million, and none of the nonprofits can touch that. And so my question is, I know you're a small staff, but I think that is there any way that we can really prioritize trying to find some funding sources and partnering with the nonprofits? Because I agree with Commissioner Barnett that the only people who will build these homes will be nonprofit developers, who also can benefit from the density bonus, who also can benefit from all of those other state laws. But it's really finding the funding. And I also recognize that we have to have projects, but is there a way to have conversations about the lots that we have with the builders to try to figure out if we could identify a project, if we could find the funds to buy the land, similar to what Commissioner Barnett is saying? And the second comment I have is, do you feel comfortable giving an update on your attempts at trying to get surplus lands or lands owned by other governmental agencies?
I just want to highlight that Sonoma does own some land, and I keep highlighting this and asking somebody to come up with a plan. Behind the Masonave house, the Masonave cottage, is a large parcel, and it's derelict, and it backs to the Casa Grande parking lot, and it also goes to the bike path, and there's room in there. That area is zoned park right now, so it would have to be rezoned, but it is large enough that housing units could go in there, and we already own it.
So we do own different lots in the city. We also own a large parcel down in the south side, but a lot of the times we own these parcels because they're not developable, or they were given to us to be used as park. And so we have to look specifically at any deed restrictions for the parcels that are not built, because I'm thinking there's a reason as part of it. So part of the general plan, I am going to be looking at some of those components of those parcels. We have, all the other parcels have something on them and are rented for different uses, if they do have a use. As far as talking to other entities, so in our city we have state land and we also have county land. Nothing in Sonoma County was listed on the state's surplus land list, so technically we don't have anything. Again, looking at the parcels that edge Spain Street and the opportunities, again, would need to be a conversation with state parks on limitations, just like our limitations. When we're donated land and given to us, there's most times there's going to be some kind of restriction. So county land we have up here across the street. There are a couple more parcels that aren't developed that go up into our cemetery edge, and then also the parking lot of the vets. So those are opportunities to partner with the county on something potentially, or the state maybe, as they own those lands, right? So it's a little bit easier since we don't have large parcels that we know of to be able to develop. So that's that part. When I talk to the nonprofit developers, and I know you have too, the conversations are, they do look and to see what's available. Our price point is pretty high. They have to have a minimum of 50 units before they're even consider it. So, depending on what is available to them, which is why we are building into the general plan some incentives and some identification of parcels that we think could be developed by right based on their location, and maybe there's some interest in those. So that would reduce some of those costs and time, because time is money. In that sense, as far as money for a project, we need money to start the project, right? Which is why they don't typically, if the city doesn't own the land, that's when you really see them come to the table and then go, all right, let's get a project, let's get some entitlements, and then go after the funding. So when we're talking about funding from like the Housing Authority, which I do sit on the Cities and Towns Advisory Council for the Housing Authority, the projects that are coming before us for the millions of dollars of implementation funds are projects that are shovel ready. They're already approved, they're ready to go. But I've also heard that some of those are backing out, and we're readjusting some of our funds and things right now too, depending on the type, where there are additional funding. We're talking 10 plus funding sources that go into these projects. I mean, there's a lot to go into them. We can continue, and we will try to continue having conversations. I continue to advocate for us being not on the SMART train route, which limits our ability. We don't have any disadvantaged communities, which further limits our ability to access funds. So most of the funding is really for an increase in housing density. It's really along the SMART train route. That's where all the money is going right now. And so every time I'm sitting on those meetings, I'm always like, hi, we're over here. Don't forget about us. We need access too, if we're going to meet our RENA needs. So we only have 1.4 million. We are bringing forward things this year to look at our inclusionary ordinance again, to look at our in lieu fee, look at those aspects to meet the RENA, and provide the more affordable with a capital A that we can control or regulate. Does that answer all of them?
I just have one other question. I think you did cover them all, but I guess maybe a question you can answer is what happens if we can't achieve our RENA? Is there any recourse that we have with HCD?
So the big thing with the housing element is making the effort to move the needle forward. We are implementing the programs as best we can right now, continuing to make progress. Don't deny, basically that's their thing, right? If we start denying housing regardless, but housing, that's when they start going, what are you doing? What's going on over here? Those are the things that I think that they're mostly watching. And I don't know what's going to happen because these are the biggest numbers. Fifth cycle wasn't that big. And so a lot of people were able to achieve those. Fourth cycle, I know in my last jurisdiction, the fourth cycle rolled into the fifth cycle. And so when I picked up the sixth cycle, it wasn't that different from my jurisdiction that I was at before. Here, this is a big change for us. And so I don't know what that looks like moving into the next cycle, if these just roll over and, kind of merge, not adding on to, but maybe merge. I don't know. We'll have to see. That process is actually starting really soon. So they'll start looking at the RENA allocation for ABAG region as a whole and doing their calculations.
And is there anything we can do with regard to our municipal code to make it more, to incentivize smaller incremental builds like the fourplexes or an eightplex that might be more amenable to some of our smaller lots?
So that is something that was incorporated into the draft general plan land use map, was to do that. And once that's approved, then we can move forward with the changing of the zoning code itself, or we'll discuss another item tonight.
Any other comments? Commissioner Wyrick?
Oh, is this where your question? Yeah. Would there be any value in looking at some kind of an incentivizing process or streamlining process for conversion of existing commercial to help fulfill our deficiencies when it comes to housing? Is there an opportunity there?
I don't know that we're going to have a hard time meeting the above moderate. The area that we're going to have a hard time is the low and very low. Conversion from the commercial to the housing depends on the type.
Right.
And what is going to be placed in there. So again, affordable housing development wants 50 units. I don't know of adaptive reuse project here in town,
Right.
based on what I know of commercial space, of like any kind of conversion that would get to those numbers.
Also, in addition to the state and the county owning land here, there are districts, including the school district.
Mm-hmm.
Has there been any conversation, substantive conversation, or is there opportunity to have conversation with a district like the Sonoma Valley Unified School District for unused or underutilized property within the city?
Yes. So there is an opportunity for that once final decisions are being made to work with the school district on future use of their properties. I mean, the state is making a big push for everybody, all jurisdictions that own property, to identify their surplus lands and get rid of them. And the way the Surplus Lands Act is, it focuses on allowing residential regardless of the zoning. This is the way that Surplus Lands Act works, is that the jurisdiction needs to offer it available, and then if a residential project can come in, you don't have to look at the zoning.
Thank you.
Commissioner Barnett? Oh. Go ahead, Commissioner O'Gorman.
I was just going to go back to the Housing Trust Fund, because you talked about in lieu fees, and are there other strategies that we're exploring as it relates to that fund? I know Commissioner Barnett brings it up all the time. I understand from you just now we have 1.4 million in that fund, but are there outside the box strategies that we're not contemplating? As somebody who lobbies the legislature, as I do every day, considering some of the unique circumstances we have as not being adjacent to Smart Train, I just wonder if there's other strategies that we might contemplate, because we are unique in terms of some of we're unique as it relates to our ability to identify available funds, and there's a lot of money at the state for affordable housing, but you're right, we don't fit in that box. So are there other strategies we can explore? And maybe this is a better conversation for the next item as we're talking about ad hoc, but I'm in agreement with Commissioner Barnett that the trust fund, there needs to be a lot of thoughtful debate and discussion about what we do to put more money into that fund. And then I'll just make another comment as it relates to housing element. There was a question from one of the commissioners earlier, and there is and you know this better than I, staff, but there is definitely a strong push on the part of the state to start punishing, maybe that's too strong of a word, but there's definitely more penalties under discussion at the legislative level and at the administrative level for jurisdictions that don't meet their RENA allocation. And And again, I don't think we fit in a lot of those boxes in terms of having the ability to leverage and harness some of that available money. But I definitely think that's an area that we should explore further.
Thank you. Commissioner Nugent?
Have we ever considered mapping out privately owned vacant property in the city and approaching these owners? And, you know, I don't know, or enticing them to bequeath it to us when they pass? I mean, there's a lot of legacy families in this valley. I don't know. And then maybe outside of the city limits, even some of these properties that could at some be annexed into the city and developed.
Yes to all of those. We can do all of those things. You know, we do have people coming in and beginning conversations around potential housing projects on underutilized, I would say, sites, not vacant, but underutilized, looking at opportunities. So that happens quite regularly. I have discussions with people on what the potential is. Now, again, these are, as you say, legacy families, and sometimes these properties are the inheritance of their future, and so that's kind of also what they're looking at, is what's the value that I'm bringing to my next generation in our discussions, to be honest. If there was a specific family that people know, but again, there's not a lot that are large size left, right? And so we're looking at mostly underutilized, a few vacant, but we have to, I wasn't part of the process for the housing element when this was done, but part of the process with the housing element, when you identify sites, is you're to identify all vacant sites within your city, because there is a percentage of your sites that have to be vacant, so to qualify to meet your RENA. So they should have already been done. I mean, we can look to see in the past, you know, what has been identified as actually developable vacant land.
Commissioner Barnett, and then Commissioner O'Neill. Go ahead.
Well, I've heard the phrase out of the box a couple times, and I think both commissioners' statements are worth exploring. I think really, I mean, if I were leading the charge on this process, I would be instituting what I'd call loosely a multimodal strategy. I would be reaching out to the business community through the Chamber of Commerce, who've been the voice of the business community, complaining about the cost of housing and the inability to get employees. I'd lean on the business community to help us solve this problem by their contributing money to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. The lever that will deliver the greatest movement of in the direction of affordable housing at the low and very low income level is money. Nothing else is going to make a difference. Vacant land isn't going to make the difference, and surplus land, all of this, you know, it's fine to consider them, but basically what it comes down to is we live in a system that is money driven, and unless we solve the money side of the equation, we are not going to be able to play the game. So we've got to enlist the business community, and this ought to be a community-wide fundraising campaign supported with messaging and public relations and events and thermometers and you know, the same kind of fundraising campaigns that any institutional effort has made to give this community a sense of pride in its accomplishment. We've got to identify who are the wealthiest people in this community, and approach, and someone has got to go out and approach them on a one-to-one basis and sit down with them and say, you know, we need to raise money or we'll never be able to satisfy the affordable housing for low-wage earners and the service workers in this community. And if you care about this town, we know you've given money to the hospital. God bless you. That's a terrific thing to do. We need more of your money, and we need it for housing. And if you put it into the Affordable Trust Fund, by the way, maybe it's tax deductible. So we need to develop a campaign strategy. It can't just be the same old, who can we approach, or the typical funding sources, who do this and that. I mean, they're getting hit up by everybody. We're a unique community. We're going to have to come up with our own unique solution, and it's going to have to be run by somebody. And it can't be run by city staff. They don't have time to do it. We've got to find a cadre or a group of volunteers who are willing to go out there and knock on the doors and set up the meetings with people. And, you know, for those of you who know the wealth in this community, I'm not plugged into the wealth of the community. I know their names, but I don't have dinner with them. But there are maybe people up here who have dinner with the wealthy, and we ought to be hitting them up. And so I just don't see any other solution than the money side. And we can't do it the way everybody else is doing it. We're going to have to do it the Sonoma Valley way and the city of Sonoma way. And that's where I am.
Thank you. Commissioner O'Neill?
A quick comment on the SMART train. There is a state plan, not detailed, to extend the SMART train across Novato, across the railroad tracks to Solano County. So whenever there's a mention of funding along the SMART train route, just keep that in mind, that it will not be in our city limit, but it will be in the Shelville area. And it's not planned for soon. I think it's like 2040. But it is going to be coming through at some point, hopefully.
Thank you, Commissioner Willers.
Just a little context. In the 3 decades almost 4 decades that I've lived here, we've never built 311 units in a decade. And so, you know, the RENA number is, I guess, aspirational on the part of RENA. Reality is, and those are all buildings. That isn't affordable housing. That's every unit built in the city in a decade. And so, you know, it's a tough, it's difficult. And we used to have redevelopment funds. We don't have that anymore. But when you're lobbying the state and you're mentioning our small impacted community, we'd like to make 311 units. We don't have the cash to do it. Affordable housing developers are ignoring us because it's not big enough. But maybe a little money from the state would help us meet their number within the context of our community, and maybe they ought to, you know, recognize us along those lines, rather than just feeding the SMART train. And so, you know, what we can do is try to find those parcels and try to find the money, and visit our in lieu fee, incentivize larger projects that are all affordable, disincentivize larger projects that are primarily for market. But beyond that, it's dollars. And, you know, I know in the next year or so, it's not going to get cheaper to build housing. You know, the last time we had a kind of financial situation that we're running into, what appears that we're going to be running into from a building perspective, we built, I believe we built 30 units in the city in 5 or 6 almost 10 years. And, you know, when we build houses, all of these houses are going to be built out of lumber. And when we build houses out of lumber, that lumber, 50% of that lumber comes from Canada, if not more. 70%. So that's just.
Any other comments? Thank you, everyone. I hope that sets us up for the next phase, which is with the goals. Thank you for listening to us as we try to brainstorm up here. There are there's no one from the public here, so we haven't opened up for public comments. So as a result, we'll move on to item 5.2, which is consideration and direction of the 2025 Planning Commission Annual Work Plan.
All right, so first I wanted to highlight the city council goals for 2025, and then we'll get into our work plan for 2025 with the goal of refinement, maybe moving around, up to you all, and then finalizing it, and then I will bring it to city council at the next city council meeting if you guys approve it tonight. So for 2025 City of Sonoma's council goals, there are 5 main topics. First one, not in any special order, but the first one is housing. So the council has reaffirmed its commitment to addressing our housing affordability, and there's a number of ways in which they've identified how they want to look at that. We did talk a little bit about some of this as we went over, incentives for affordable housing, basically streamlining opportunities, figuring out how to fund the Housing Trust Fund, being the big one that was discussed at City Council too. Exploring our partnerships, continuing to monitor what's going on, and then also conducting a housing summit to identify housing solutions is a topic that we've discussed in the past and are trying to figure out how to put together, get people to participate. And it may be that we can convince Gen H to come here and do it. So we'll see.
I would suggest Strong Towns myself.
I get Strong Towns, but Generation H I don't have to pay. But yes.
I think Charles would come here. He's doing a book tour. So
maybe we can convince the other group in town that does the speaker series to bring them in. Just saying. Lots of opportunities here for bringing people in. And then providing support for those that are experiencing homelessness. Parks and Recreation Community Services is, getting that plan for a dedicated Parks and Recreation department, hiring a director, making progress on a park in the west side of town, enhancing pedestrian safety and accessibility throughout our city. These are things that we've talked about with the green links that we've discussed previously. Also, just a focus on arts and our cemeteries. Economic development and financial stability continues to be on the list, and to continue to work with the chamber on helping our businesses. Looking at unification and annexation discussion, continuing coordination with the county and with our new supervisor on shared service opportunities.
I asked a question about the EIFD. I didn't think the city was eligible until it paid off. Was it redevelopment funds, or I can't remember exactly what it was.
I'm not sure.
Okay.
And then the climate mitigation and adaptation, continuing to look at our climate action strategies and to look closer at some green infrastructure policies and initiatives. And then also to evaluate the addition of a climate coordinator position and prioritize our fire and flood resiliency. So as I discussed with the Climate Action Commission on Monday, there is overlap between our commissions in their activities and implementation. Climate Action Commission is not an approval body, they are a recommending body. And PROS has some approval capability for tree removals. But in all cases, any ordinance changes or anything like that will come through this body for recommendation for the most cases that involves the development code before going on to city council. If it doesn't involve the development code or planning commission's involvement, then it would not come to you all. But I know that there's interest in all these things by all the commissions. So we talked a little bit about what we're doing in 2025. You saw all our list. So that's highlights, again, not everything, but just an example is the urban tree. We had those joint meetings last year. We've kicked off the contract. Hopefully will be signed in April. Council meeting to kick off our tree inventory and our canopy analysis. From that, we'll have a better understanding of what we have here, and then we can move forward with developing an urban forestry management plan and a little bit more resources around trees within our community. Also developing of green infrastructure policies and initiatives, looking at how that plays along with what we do here in creating low impact development standards and helping with our pervious impervious surface analysis here. So those are just some of the highlights. These are again city council's goals. In most cases our goals should align, but in some cases there's things that we want to do that may not fall within these buckets, but that is totally fine. So with that, going to our work plan. So what I did from the work plan in 2024, I created a draft 2025 that I attached for you all. There we go. And so obviously the general plan update this year is very important to us. That's going to be an ongoing aspect. We will be reviewing the draft elements as well as the EIR this year for recommendation, hopefully by the end of the year or early the following year. This is a question. Because of all the comments that we've been receiving and concerns and, interest, we could it be adopted before a general plan, but we could have an ad hoc and discussions around what the code updates need to encompass and look like. There are elements of the general plan that will have policies that affect code. And so we can begin discussing those code things that we already know that maybe need to be policies in the general plan. So there is a connection. There is an opportunity to kind of piggyback or follow up. So you would adopt a general plan, but we could have already started working on the code, so there's not as much of a lag in the adoption. This could also help clear up some concerns or other clarifications around a lot of what the ask is, because the general plan, as we've discussed, is high level, and some of the details, there's what we find in the code. And so being able to outline in the code, maybe not the exact language, but beginning to have those discussions of what we want to see in the code change. So that could be our, the new Sonoma mixed use, what that looks like, and the code changes that need to affect that. That includes what goes in that use table. It could also be the specificity of our affordable housing overlay and the greenways overlay that we're adding. Also, something that I'll bring up regardless if we do the code discussions now is the interest of continuing planning areas, because that is part of our land use element right now. And if there's not interest in continuing that, then we need to address that in the general plan itself before we make code changes around that. So those are thoughts. I'm just going to go through my thoughts and then we can come back if that's okay. The next is the housing element implementation. Don't really have a choice on that one. We're doing it. So We're already working on a lot of those. We've hired consultants to do the things that we cannot do. And we are working with our attorneys on identifying all the state laws that we are not consistent with as of right now. And so, working through a lot of those. The affordable housing, this was on last time, and, continuing to look at identifying the incentives and looking at the affordable housing fund policy. The signs and display, hoping to bring that to you here in the next couple of months. We're pretty much there. We did not end up doing that ad hoc, so we're going to bring it to you in a study session format because the consultant had been hired and wrote the entire code already. And so I want to present that to you for discussion before we scrap it and take it back. So that's what we're going to do. Because they've already been paid like 2 years ago. So we're just going to bring that to you and discuss it. And then the multiple sections around permit streamlining, we need to continue to do. It's already in process. We've already talked about the design review section and some other components around that. And so bring that to you in the spring. And then we internally need to do a lot of workflow updates on our online permitting process itself. So those are the things in green. Those are the things that are on the list with dates. These are the things that we had identified as time permits. I think I moved one down, and that was the tree removal ordinance. So I just added the date of 2026 because, as we discussed, we've kind of identified how we're going to move through that process. These are the ones that we'd identified as to be determined. We are going to do the wireless because we're almost there anyways as complete, and we are not compliant with the FCC regulations, so we do need to get that up to speed regardless. So these are the things that we'd identified. Last year, I think it was the end of last year, we identified wanting to do a night sky ordinance and updating our outdoor lighting requirements. Long term, looking at special use standards again, and then planning area standards. So this ties into the conversation around, do we want planning areas still, do we not? And then historic preservation and infill in the overlay zone. This is to actually look at the standards themselves. There's a number of them that Diane even wrote in an email today. We've already identified are subjective, and so we need to make things objective around that. And so looking at those again, and then we completed some. So we did our SB 9 ordinance, we fixed the appeals, we did our parking standards, and then we also worked on our entitlements last year. So
I'm glad, Bill, you must be happy about the parking. Well, it took 20 years.
So that's where we're at. So I recommend a couple of things. I don't remember what I put in your recommendations, but it's been a while since we created our ad hocs, and so we pretty much need to end those, redo new ad hocs. We could finish up with the the streamlining one. That was WIRICK and NUGENT, and then once that's done, then we can disband that one. But just thinking ahead is to reorganize and do some different ad hocs. The general plan update is going to be a beast. I do recommend, which is the same recommendation I made to the Climate Action Commission, that we have an ad hoc so that we can have more informal conversation, discussion around it, and then bring it to you all as a body for a study session when we talk about them. So that way everybody provides comments and feedback but we get a little bit more into the weeds, maybe I should say, or details, through an ad hoc committee. But everything would be brought to you. So anything that's available to the public is available to everybody at the same time, including the commissioners. So nothing would be different that an ad hoc committee would see versus the commission itself. So there's that. Isn't one. The other aspect I was thinking is making any other ad hocs be very project specific. So if there's an interest to do a very focused project-based ad hoc on the Housing Trust Fund and opportunities and thinking outside the box, and just in general, thinking outside the box, then we could do something around there. But I do recommend our ad hocs focus on a project. The things that we're in as time permits doesn't mean that they can't come up forward if there's an interest by the Planning Commission to move that item up. Also, along with the general plan, if we do an ad hoc around the code amendments that will need to occur, that could be an ad hoc as well. So those are my suggestions, and I'm open to any questions and thoughts.
I have maybe mostly comments, actually. I mean, I agree with you. I think I have in my notes, you know, I think we, as much as possible, we do need to dive in a little bit to begin those code updates, because, you know, the experience we've had with the Sebastiani parcel is people don't know what the next steps are. And if the devil is in the details of how we're going to write code for that special zoning designation, I think doing that, starting that sooner than later and getting that input would be useful. So I personally think giving an ad hoc time to dig into the details of the general plan, and then maybe following on that would be, you know, starting to do the code updates as we dive into that. Maybe that is just one ad hoc. And then maybe starting with specific key things that, as you said, you've identified. Like, I think the Sebastiani parcel would be a really great one. I think the Greenway, the Green Links would be really great, because we've had a lot of discussion around that. And I agree with you that the overlay is also super important. And then with regard to the Housing Trust Fund, that's exactly what I had, and I'm glad we brought it up, is that I think the most important thing we could do, in addition to defining the policy, is figure out how we get funding, whether it's a slush fund through lobbying or through some kind of marketing, you know, experiment that we do in the city. I think that's a very important thing for us to do. Commissioner Barnett?
Well, clearly, if we're going to create an ad hoc around the Affordable Housing Trust Fund, I'd like to participate. My concern is that we're moving into the policy area, which typically is city council purview.
It's on their list.
It's on their list, but they haven't asked us to do anything. And I'm a little, before we form an ad hoc, I would like to get some clear direction and agreement from the council that they are empowering us to take on this effort, and that while we clearly only have the power of recommendation, that they will honor our effort and our work, and respect it, and respect the outcomes, whatever it is that we develop. I mean, I don't want to just spin my wheels. I've seen, I think I've told this group that was probably now 6 years ago, I came up with a list of recommendations to better fund the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. And at that time, it included a calculation of an annual contribution of $3.5 million just by realigning the city's budget. And now some of those opportunities have been lost. The Tourism Improvement District, which I proposed cutting to 1% instead of 2%, would have produced $500,000 a year for the Affordable Housing Trust Fund. Now, the council has gone ahead and re-upped that contract for another 10 years at 2%, and now that opportunity has been lost. And it was probably the single greatest opportunity we had to fund the Affordable Housing Trust Fund with a reliable, recurring revenue stream. Keep in mind, the key to affordable housing development funding is reliable, recurrent, generated revenues. That lets you do a bond issuance. If you can anticipate a yearly income of $1 million a year, or $2 million a year, or $3 million a year, you can then issue a 20 and 30-year bond for $40 and $50 million. I mean, this is the way the ordinary world works. I don't understand why cities are so incapable of working the way the ordinary world works. This is just standard operating procedure in our capitalist society. But anyway, so I just would want to make sure that the city council knows that we're forming this group and respects its effort. That's all. And if we do form it, I'd be happy to participate in that.
Commissioner Whitlers.
So right off the top, I'm going to volunteer for, I'm just going to start by volunteering for the general plan review and the code update, if I can be on 2 ad hocs. And just to be clear, when we would start the general plan ad hoc would be reviewing the draft DIR. We would, or
The draft elements.
the draft elements as the starting point. Yeah, okay. But the code beginning the code update, we already know through the process, the trigger points, that could be coincident, right? That can be happening as well.
It's Commissioner WIRICK.
I'll just jump in and start by saying that I just endorse the draft work plan that we have here. I think it's the priorities are, very much in keeping with the councils and what this body has already indicated are areas of significance for us. I don't think there's really much of anything that I would change in the current goals section. Going down a little further, Jennifer, in the orange section, long-term goals, historic preservation and infill in the overlay zone. That line item there got me thinking about the historic resources inventory and whether a robust inventory is more of a pipe dream at this point. I know that we have a lot of balls in the air that we're juggling.
So I'm going to get a cost estimate for the budget process, which starts like tomorrow.
Right.
So I need to get that estimate and then see if we have CLG funds grants available. They're usually 60-40, so that way I can kind of cost that out. Similar to what I did last year with like the tree inventory. We went for the grant, but we went ahead and budgeted for the whole amount just in case we didn't get the grant, and we didn't get the grant. So.
Okay, so its funded status would dictate where it lands on our goals, or did you anticipate that falling within the historic preservation and infill line item?
So that line item right there is more in relation to section, can't remember off the top of my head. The one where we, the section of the code that specifically has standards
Right.
related.
The table.
No, not the table. This section right here that you're looking at, there's a whole another section of our code that has design standards for in the historic overlay
Yes.
and for historic resources, right? So, thank you. 1942.
Okay.
So that section is what that's referencing. The design review table, which also applies to historic resources, and that intersect, that's more about streamlining. And doing the actual inventory is about streamlining projects, right? Because the idea is to reduce the amount of projects to go forward if they meet criteria and are not historic. So that would be the end result. So that's part of your streamlining
Right.
objectives. And so I would actually that is still up at the top with your streamlining.
Okay, great.
So I could just add it.
Would you anticipate there being value in an ad hoc that deals with with historic preservation and infill standards, or is that too far down the road to contemplate? We have a lot going on this
We
year.
have a lot going on priority-wise. I don't see it, I see it as part of our overall code update as a section that needs some love and attention. Mostly because we're gonna do an inventory and it's gonna identify what those historic resources are.
Right.
And we're also modifying our code to allow up to fourplexes, right? And so how do you respect the historic resource and still allow the additional units within that space?
Right.
So there'll be touches that will need to be done. So
Okay.
it's in that realm.
Thank you.
Mhm.
That's all I have.
You don't want to
Commissioner
be on any?
Nugent?
You don't want to be on any?
I'll reserve. I'll reserve comment.
Commissioner, well, if Commissioner Barnett will have me, I'd like to join him on the Affordable Housing Fund exploration.
I would like more than that.
Oh, great, okay, so I'd like to work with that, on that. And the other one that piques my interest, and it has, maybe just in the line of work I'm in, is the, where'd you go? The vacant structures and the demolition by neglect, properties that are laying fallow, that need attention, and how do we bring enforcement to that?
The Weiler House on East Napa Street.
Which one is that?
George Weiler's project, it's the old,
Oh, sure,
it's
yeah,
the old Grannis house that was the original home of the Index Tribune
yep.
that got moved.
So those, if we were to create some kind of a committee around that, I would be interested in participating.
So question, how many members can be on the ad hoc? 3?
3.
Well, I would like to be on the Affordable Housing Trust Fund ad hoc if the council approves of the policy. And just to clarify, I don't want to create a lobbying slush fund, but I definitely think I can contribute from the standpoint of identifying resources. I actually worked on legislation to form an Orange County Affordable Housing Trust several years ago and was able to secure a lot of money for it. So I think I can be helpful.
I was counting on you to be part of that. And if Commissioner Willers will have me, I'd love to be on the GP ad hoc. I have heard folks say that they've lobbied their representatives and somehow they get money, and I don't know where that money comes from.
They're called member requests,
Okay,
and we've never asked for anything.
exactly.
And I know how to do that.
Any other thoughts about bringing up the vacant structures and demolition by neglect?
Well, I do think it's a problem that had some unique aspects to it recently, given the Matson adventure. And, you know, hopefully we're not going to repeat that again. But it was certainly an indication that the absence of an ordinance in the face of that kind of situation was a real deficit for us. And so I think it's I think it's important, and it also, and maybe this isn't the most crucial piece of it, but it also is an aspect of the community that attracts a lot of public attention. And I think that if citizens want to have confidence in government and feel like we're paying attention to this community in the kind of nuts and bolts way that ordinary citizens relate to the community, if we actually take the initiative on this, I think it will enhance the public's sense that government is working for the community. I think, we're living in an age where people's confidence in government has eroded, and this is a chance to counter that by really addressing something that's visible and meaningful to people, and in a sense, can reduce what I'd refer to as the embarrassment people feel, the embarrassment factor people feel about a property in the community that just seems to be neglected and falling apart, and nobody seems to be able to do anything. I mean, look what the truck and auto site was like for all those years, and how pleased everybody was when it finally got cleared away and cleaned up. And I think it's actually, we ought to take advantage of the opportunity to show that government can be a force for good in this community, because I think we need to counter the other feeling that people have, which is cynical and dubious about whether or not government works.
Commissioner O'Neill?
Yeah, I think the vacant structures and demolition by neglect is a key part of the City Council's goal of economic development, because if you look at the plaza and the empty buildings around the plaza, that is really impacting the business owners and the restaurants on the plaza. So I think that those are key. I'm not ready to step up and make a commitment. I'm going to be a bit busy between now and July. But if there was one that I could participate in, that's what I would be most interested in.
Commissioner WIRICK?
I as well.
I think if you want to actually do something about the night sky ordinance, we're going to have to eliminate LED streetlights. There is nothing that I find more annoying and brighter than the LED streetlights, and of course we made that transition a number of years ago with a sense of great accomplishment, because they were less expensive to operate than the incandescent, and now incandescent isn't even available, but there's an inordinate amount of light that they put out. I mean, I'm just shocked by it.
Well, the technology has changed dramatically from the time that those were installed in terms of what LEDs can produce as light quality.
That's interesting.
So
maybe we need to look.
There might be an option to be able to change the light,
bulbs.
the bulb,
Yeah.
or the fixture, because the bulb isn't a bulb; it's a circuit.
Yeah.
Within our city, yes. With along the state highway, no. Which is the main culprit, I feel like, in the LED brightness level. But go to Sedona. The McDonald's sign is green. It's not yellow. The McDonald's, the M, is the only M you'll see that's actually green. But they're a night sky, and you don't have any white light there.
Jennifer, do you have what you need?
I have what I need. And also around the ad hoc. So I'll present these with that we're creating ad hocs around these. If they have any comments and feedback at that time. What you could do around the affordable housing is create the list of ideas, and then we can present that to them to say, all right, now which ones do you want us to actually dig deeper into. So you can, how do they work, things like that can be at the top level, present it, and then come up with the options that they want you to continue working on. Could be an option.
Well, my only concern about that is that, and it's not a concern, but obviously that's going to take a lot of prep and planning before we even can produce that list. And I don't want to go to the council with a premature list. I want to really come forward with some potential plans that are doable. So as long as we're, I mean, if we can get their imprimatur and permission to even form this group with the understanding that we're going to come to them with a list of ideas which we can then prioritize with them, that would be fine. I just don't want to have to come up with a list initially to get their buy-in.
Okay.
And since they've all appointed us, I mean, they should have confidence and faith in us as commissioners and individuals, and otherwise, why did they appoint us? So,
We're the only ones who applied.
Appointing, can we get an update on that status tonight? Well, I would expect that Commissioner Nugent is now no longer an alternate, and there would be an opening for the alternate?
It still requires city council. It's an open position. I'm assuming you applied.
I didn't reapply for the job, but the city clerk reached out to me to confirm that I was interested in the permanent position.
Okay. So it still needs to be approved by city council for that position.
is it an
and
at-large position?
It is an at-large position.
Okay, well, that makes it easy.
So it has not been filled, technically. So, let's see, what else did I want to say? I wanted to go back to just making sure I had the right list. So I have a general plan ad hoc with Commissioner Willers and Chair DAMBACH. Right? All right. And then I have a code update ad hoc with just Commissioner Willers.
I will also, I'm happy to learn from you. Yeah.
I mean, this one we would be working very closely together on these two. The Affordable Housing Trust Fund ad hoc. We have BARNETT, NUGENT, and Gorman Jenkins. And then that one, I will let you proceed as you will.
Once you have permits, there's permission,
Yes,
right?
yes. And then we're bringing up the vacant structures and demolition by neglect to the green. And that ad hoc is Nugent, WIRICK, and O'Neill when available. Okay.
Do I have to caveat when available also?
You can have that conversation with your fellow commissioners. All right.
All right,
that's it.
so we're completed with 5-2. All right, moving on to 6. Does the director have any comments or announcements?
I did want to let everybody know that Matt's last day was today, so I don't know how many people got to talk to him before.
Where'd he go?
He is going to the city of Napa. So, but he said he'd still be around, say hi. And then, again, I'll take the work plan on to the next city council meeting, which has actually been moved to April 20th, or not the next city council meeting, but the one in the second one in April, which is moved to the 21st, which is after your planning commission meeting. So I won't have any word from city council at that point. At that meeting, like I said, we're looking to do a study session on the design review ordinance itself, or bring forward the ordinance. So with that, I think that concludes.
And is our next meeting date the standard third Thursday?
Yes. 16. No, it's the March 17th.
And sadly,
April 17th.
and I will not be able to participate on the 17th.
I will also not be available.
1, 2, 3,
Yeah.
4, 5. Yeah, we're good.
We better get a new commissioner added to our roster as well.
Has anyone applied?
I do not know.
The response that I got was that there was very limited interest. I think there was an application, and the city council was waiting to develop a larger pool. Is the response I was given. I do not.
Okay, any, item 7, any commissioner reports or comments? Final comments? Commissioner Wyrick?
So for the rest of the commission who wasn't maybe not aware, Chair DAMBACH and I were able to sit in on a meeting that I'm kind of terming the meeting of the Joint Chiefs, which includes the vice chair and the chair of all the other commissions. That's kind of chaired by the city manager. And I really enjoyed the ability to sit and to and discuss issues of common importance and relevance to our respective commissions. And I believe the intention is to continue to have those meetings on a every other month basis and see how that goes. But it's good because there's a lot of things that are of mutual concern, and it's nice to be able to talk about the other commissions that are looking at these issues. That's all I have.
Thanks for bringing that up. Commissioner Barnett?
I want to say that I did have a chat with Matt to wish him well, and I am truly sorry to lose him. I had businesses of my own for 45 years, and you learn very quickly when you're an employer. And at one point I had a business with 80 people working for me. You learn very quickly that someone who's bright and responsible and competent is a pretty rare thing in this world. And you treasured those employees when you found them, and you gave them opportunity. And Matthew is one of those people. He's bright and competent and responsible. And I'm really sorry to see him go. I think that he was an asset. I'm pleased for him that he got the kind of job he wanted, and apparently he's happy about that, so I'm pleased. He still lives here in town, and so I expect I will run into him from time to time. But I did want to say that it was a pleasure working with him, and I really enjoyed him both as a person and as a member of staff, and I'm sorry to see him go.
I want to ditto the same thing I did. I talked with Matt as well, and wished him well, and was sorry to hear that. I talked to him yesterday, and so, but the other part of our, I think I can say this, the other part of our conversation that I had is he doesn't know whether or not he can stay here. Doesn't know whether or not he can afford to stay here, and that to me is a big problem, because it does two things. You lose a community member like Matt. You lose his young child in our community, and it's a symptom of what we're going through right now in terms of our school district because of the declining enrollment. And this is just a microcosm of that problem. And so from a community point of view, it's a much larger issue than just simply losing a wonderful employee at the city of Sonoma.
Commissioner Nugent.
I just want to comment that the California League of the Planning Commission conference that a few of us attended, I enjoyed very much. I came away feeling much smarter, especially because I sat next to Commissioner Willers and Commissioner O'Gorman. But it was worthwhile, and I appreciated taking the time to do that and participate. It was very worthwhile.
Is there going to be any kind of summary of the high points and key issues that would be of value to those of us who were not able to attend? Understanding of new laws that have passed, or interpretations of existing laws, or trends that we need to be or could be aware of. Is there any kind of summary of that?
There is. So the league, I can send the full group, I can send all of us the link, but.
I can.
Oh, you can? Okay. Sorry. I'm sorry. I used to work for the league, so I just know where all of it is. But yes, they had all of the presentations.
I would really
included in
appreciate
the
seeing
portal.
that. Thank you.
I'll make a critical synopsis, and that is that our role is being significantly reduced by the state. And it's not that is unknown to us or has not been known to us, but what I came away with was they're doing everything they can to undo planning commissions.
Yeah.
Especially in the realm of housing.
Yeah.
Well, that's certainly been my sense, and I've been railing against that for a number of years. And are you saying that that effort is continuing apace?
And at many more levels in terms of legislation, more bills coming forward to reduce and demand more in terms of how we have limited ability to actually review anything from a housing perspective. And it was eye-opening even for me.
Yeah, I'd like to add to that too, that the other thing, I learned two things. One is that not only are they taking away our ability, they're also taking away any ability for us to raise fees for infrastructure. So a lot of concessions around impact fees. So it's going to be even more difficult for us to gain the money that we need for infrastructure. And the other thing, though, that I thought was positive was I do think there's an opportunity for us to influence. There were a panel of developers, and those panel of developers said they would be very willing to work with us early on. And so the study session that Jennifer had with the Red Tail folks, I think would be a good example of how we could have input with developers early on to try to influence and come to an understanding of how they can fit into our community.
Well, a recent article I posted at BARNETT Weekly was entitled "The Corporatist Coup." And it was basically about the increasing power of corporations in the realm of government and public policy, and the beginnings of it in maritime law in the 14th and 15th centuries. And it's a very long-term coup. It's taken 500 years, but it's just about complete. And what you're seeing in California is a form of corporatist authoritarianism, because it's the money that's talking in the legislature, and the political system has been co-opted and corrupted by campaign finance corruption. So what you're hearing is the voice of corporate America. You're not hearing the voice of democracy, of the people. And it's happening on the right, and it's happening on the left. And both parties historically have both fallen prey to and facilitated the corporate coup. And that's the world we're living in.
Any other commissioner comments? If not, I have a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All right. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Okay, so let's say one thing, Natalie, Diane, you do not have to leave to get compliments. We really like having you here, so. So do
That's
stick
right.
around.
You know, I was actually just going to say that. We really love you guys. So, and you're very competent, so.
put it in a microwave safe container though, okay?